Chairs are present. You may be seated. Call your next witness.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the plaintiff will call Blake by Fuglin.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court? The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please be seated. If you can state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Blake, B-L-A-K-E, by Fuglin, B-Y-F-U-G-L-I-N.
Please proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you here today to testify pursuant to a subpoena served upon your office?
Yes, I am.
And have you come to court before and qualified as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
Is that part of your job, to come to court and testify as an expert witness in connection with the work that you do?
Yes, it is.
And who do you work for?
I work for Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, Crime Lab, or otherwise known as Scientific Services Bureau, assigned to the Toxicology section.
CSI?
I do not respond to crime scenes in my current.
Oh, okay. So
role.
could you tell us about your education, and or withdraw that. Tell us what you do.
In my duties in the toxicology section, I perform chemical analyses on blood and urine for drugs of abuse.
And did I talk to you before you came to testify here today?
Yes, but that is common for all of our testimonies to speak with the attorneys prior.
And do I discuss with you matters that the orders of the court that you're not supposed to discuss?
Yes.
And is that important that you're told that before you come to court and testify?
Yes, it is important to know that ahead of the testimony.
And have you ever been in a case where a lawyer didn't come prepare you and talk to you before you got up on the witness stand?
Yes, I have.
Not very often.
Hope for it not to be very often.
Why do you say that?
It's best to be prepared before we go to testify.
Okay. To get in your job position, tell us about your education that you had.
I have a bachelor's of science in biochemistry from the University of Southern California.
After you graduated from USC, did you undergo some training?
Yes, once I arrived at the crime lab and was assigned to the toxicology section, prior to performing any case analysis, I performed a lot of training. That training included blood and urine drug screening training, as well as confirmation methods training. Outside of our in-house training, I've also attended courses by an accrediting body and by the California Criminalistics Institute.
Have you heard the term court qualified?
Yes, I have.
What does that mean?
Court qualified means that based on my background, training, and experience, I am qualified to testify in court.
And how many times have you come and testified and qualified as an expert witness in their subject matter?
Over 20 times.
Did you start with the LA County Crime Lab, the Sheriff's Crime, in January 2015?
No, I started in June of 2016 as a criminalistics laboratory technician. But as a lab tech, I was previously assigned to the controlled substances section.
Okay. And then tell us the other positions you've held with the Sheriff's Department.
So I was in the role of laboratory technician for about a year, and then I promoted to a criminalist. In about October of 2017, I was transferred as a criminalist to the toxicology section, where I've been since then. In 2019, I promoted to the level of senior criminalist, but I stayed within the toxicology section.
So to be fair, then you're a senior criminalist in toxicology for the LA County Sheriff's Department.
Yes.
How many other ones are there?
I believe there's, within my section, there's 9 or 10 of us total as a whole, but that's comprised of both senior criminalists and criminalists.
Just tell us on a day-to-day basis as a senior criminalist, what are you doing?
On a day-to-day basis, I am doing anything from doing instrument maintenance to preparing laboratory reports to actually performing that blood and urine drug analysis and any support duties that the laboratory needs.
I want to talk about proficiency testing and lab accreditation.
Okay.
Are both of those topics important in the field of toxicology?
Yes.
Are you familiar with proficiency testing?
Yes, I am.
Tell us what it is.
Proficiency tests or proficiency testing are externally prepared simulated casework samples that are provided usually by an external certified agency that we perform those tests, and they have expected results, and those expected results continue to certify us as competent to perform the analyses that we perform.
Is the lab where you work accredited?
Yes, it is.
Has it been accredited the entire time you've worked there?
Yes, it has. I cannot remember what the previous accrediting body's name was prior to our current. We have changed since I've started. But yes, we have been accredited the entirety of my
Who are
career.
you currently accredited by?
The American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
Is it important that a laboratory is accredited?
Yes, it is.
Why is that important that a laboratory be accredited?
An accrediting body's job is, an accrediting body is basically an outside organization that has standards and regulations that that laboratory would have to uphold and certify that they uphold. So by being accredited, we are recognizing by that accrediting body that we uphold those standards.
Were you personally involved in testing the blood samples from Rebecca Grossman taken on September 29th, 2020 at approximately 10:22 p.m. at Los Robles Hospital?
I'm not sure of the exact time as part of my role in the analysis when the blood sample was collected, but yes, I did test blood vials from Rebecca Grossman.
Did the blood vial that was booked under lab receipt L089644, was that associated with Rebecca Grossman?
Yes, it was.
Let's talk a little bit about the testing process. And we had another witness, but if you can withdraw that, briefly just say, what is chain of custody?
Chain of custody is essentially just like a FedEx or UPS tracking. It ensures and maintains the integrity of the evidence, and it's a physical record that shows who had the evidence, who, what, where, and when the evidence was at any given time.
And there's identifying tracking systems, and people put their names or initials and dates, so everything can be proved that there's no issue with the sample.
Yes.
In this case, is there any question in your mind whatsoever that the blood sample of Rebecca Grossman was properly handled and chain of custody is completely documented?
Yes, chain of custody was completely documented, and I have no issue with the evidence integrity.
Well, what if some lawyer said, well, how do you know that's Rebecca Grossman? What would you say? How do you know it's her blood? Could be someone else.
Part of the very first thing that I do and that we are trained to do in our analysis is to do a visual check. Once I receive a blood sample, I have to ensure that it is both sealed and initialed, which is the evidence integrity. And then I'm also checking the identifying information on the outside of the blood envelope, and checking that against the physical evidence tag that is attached to the item of evidence.
Confirmation. You familiar with that term?
As an analysis?
Yes.
Yes.
Screening. Are screening and confirmation different?
Yes, they are.
What's the difference?
The screening analysis is preliminary. There's a whole bunch of drugs that exist. The screening analysis, the goal is to narrow down a class or family of drugs. The confirmation analysis is final and conclusive for specific drugs or metabolites, breakdown products, within that drug class or family.
Okay, let's talk. So first you do screening, then you do confirmation?
Yes.
Did you know that these samples were also tested at another lab? Were you aware of that?
I was, as a result of the final chain of custody.
I think you told us. Is the reason why you do the screening is to narrow down what you want to confirm?
Yes.
So once you've done the screening, there's certain levels in which things are detected. Is that right?
Detected, and at that point it is presumptive. So it's a presumptive positive or presumptive detected.
What does that mean?
Presumptive means, again, that it's just narrowing down that family or class of drug. It's not definitive identification of a specific drug.
Is that done later
That is done later.
in the validation process?
It is done later in the confirmation process.
Sorry. Okay. All right, let me just show you Exhibit 47-1 quickly. You can see the photograph. This is the blood vial that you received. Is that right?
Yes, this is the evidence envelope that contained the blood vial.
Does that fairly accurately depict what you received?
Yes, there is a cut on the right side of the evidence envelope that was taken after I analyzed this
And
sample.
who are the blood vials for?
The blood vials are for Rebecca Grossman.
I know there's a number L and that L089644. We heard a little bit about it yesterday. Is that part of the evidence tracking system?
Yes, that is the lab receipt number. That's the laboratory's unique identification number that is logged on our evidence tracking system.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 55-1. Is that the chain of custody evidence tracking for this blood vial?
Yes, it is.
That's kept in the ordinary course of business there at your place of work?
Yes, it is.
Are these entries logged in at real time? In other words, the time the actual events happen, it goes in there.
Yes, there is a barcode on that physical evidence tag that would have been attached to that evidence item. That barcode is unique to that evidence tag, and every time that that barcode is scanned, it makes an entry on this log.
Ever since you've been working there, have you had this scanning system?
Yes, I have, and we've actually moved to a more sophisticated evidence tracking system since this was released.
So you never had to work on a case where all this is by hand and written down?
The evidence tag does have a physical nature that goes with this, that we do physically sign, or did physically sign. We have since again moved a little bit into the 21st century and are in a no longer have those physical tags. That's now just a label that gets scanned.
Okay, on this exhibit on October 5th, 2020, it indicates that the blood was assigned to SCHEM1. Do you know who that is?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Loris Kem, he is a forensic alcohol analyst.
Does he work with you?
Not within my section, but he does work in my building.
And you know of him?
Your Honor, may I confer with counsel for 1 moment?
Sure. You just take that. I can't even see. No problem. Just take that down. Mr. Kemp, he's an expert in forensic alcohol.
Yes.
That's not your area.
No, that is not my area of expertise.
And have you been able to assess Mr. Kemp's abilities and proficiencies in his area of expertise?
I have not personally. However, every member of the laboratory, if you are performing casework, you are subject to a proficiency test.
Okay. And I guess we'll ask him when he comes. On the chain of custody, it says that the blood was picked up October 7th. And then it says BABY FUG. Is that you?
Yes, that is me.
Baby Fugue?
Our previous evidence tracking system cut off the last couple of initials. It's my first initial, my middle initial, and then however many characters of my last name it was able to fit.
Okay. But that's you.
That's me.
There are additional entries in there also for the confirmation being conducted and taken out the samples.
Yes, again, every time an analyst checks that evidence out to perform analysis, their initials would pop up.
Do you know Christopher Lopez?
I do.
You have a similar position as you?
Christopher Lopez is also a senior criminalist in the toxicology section.
And was Christopher Lopez responsible for the terms of confirmation testing of the benzodiazepine?
Yes, he performed the benzodiazepines confirmation analysis.
Okay, what type of protocol is followed to do that?
For the confirmation analysis,
Yes.
for the confirmation, actually, for any analysis that we perform, we have procedures and we have a policy manual within the toxicology section, as well as an overall quality manual for the department.
I'm going to show you 49-1. These are the blood vials for Rebecca Grossman.
Yes, these are.
When you first received the blood, just walk us through what you do.
So when I received the blood, I performed again a visual check of / inspection of the outside of the evidence envelope, make sure that all of the information written on the outside of the envelope, outside of the envelope matches the information written on the evidence tag or that lab receipt that has that L number. And I also check to make sure that the evidence is sealed and initialed. Once I do that, I take all of my notes and I remove a portion of the blood sample. Anytime a portion of blood is removed from the sample, we write our initials, the lab receipt, and the date on these blood vials.
What is the machine or instrument that you use to process and do the preliminary screening?
For the preliminary screening analysis, it's performed by immunoassay on a TCAN instrument, TECAN.
Just describe the process, please.
It's essentially a chemical test that is measured by an instrument that will, again, narrow down the class or family of drugs.
How do you ensure that this machine is properly calibrated, working, and it's not a mistake or an anomaly that occurs?
So before we even run analysis, that instrument, like all of our instruments, undergoes maintenance. For the TCAN instrument specifically, it undergoes daily, monthly, and an annual preventative maintenance where the manufacturer or a certified vendor who's able to work on these instruments will come in and perform preventative maintenance and then sign off that it's working properly. So that happens before we even do the analysis. During the analysis, we also run a series of quality controls to ensure that the instrument is working properly.
And in your opinion, based on all the work you did, was it working 100% true and accurate?
Yes, it was.
Okay. When the initial screening occurred, there was positive for benzodiazepines, correct?
Yes.
And what is a benzodiazepine?
Benzodiazepines are depressants, so they make your body, it is a class of drugs that makes your body slow down or feel depressed.
after you did the screening, then whether the presence of benzodiazepine was really there, I'll withdraw that question. Why do they go from the screening to the confirmation, and how is that done?
Are you talking about the, are you?
All right.
Could you please rephrase the question?
Yes, please, I will. What I'm trying to understand is the first process is a screening, right?
Yes.
Why don't you got the screening, benzodiazepines are there, we did our job, we're done. Why is more done?
More needs to be done because the confirmation test is going to narrow down based on the types of benzodiazepines that we test for, narrow down what benzodiazepine it was based on the ones that we test for.
That was done by Christian Lopez?
It was done by Christopher Lopez.
Christopher, okay. As part of your job, do you prepare a report reflecting the work you did?
Yes, I do.
And was that at or near the time and event as part of the regular course and scope of your business there with the County of Los Angeles?
Yes, it was.
And did you sign that report?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm not going to show, I'm just going to mark 56-1 as your report. Maybe you could just show it to the witness only, just to verify that it's their report. Is that your report, ma'am?
Yes, this is my report.
All right. What's the date of the report?
The date that I signed the report is October 9th, 2020.
Is that when all the work was completed?
That is after the work was completed and after the technical and administrative review was also completed.
When you complete your report, do you give it to somebody else that reviews it and checks it for accuracy and making sure it's in the right format and things like that?
Yes, that's the purpose of the technical and administrative review.
Was your report reviewed and final?
Yes.
And who was the reviewer?
The technical reviewer was Stephanie Gibson.
I want to just talk about benzodiazepines.
Okay.
In the section, and I'm going to mark, I don't need to publish, 56-2, it's called the run summary sheet. Are you familiar with that? Would you like to see it?
Could I please see it?
Sure. Okay. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that has again, what's called an LRN number, and each person who the sample is related to has a number, right?
Yes, every sample has a unique laboratory receipt number.
And in this case, 153992, what does that apply to?
That is the accession or the barcode ID number. When we, at the time, were performing our screening results, we would enter in the lab receipt number into a software system that would spit out a barcoded label. That barcoded label has a unique accession number. So that is that number. .506 is the measurement and calculation by the instrument. That is not a measurement of quantitation or telling us an amount. It's just the instrument measurement.
So it like, let's just say if it was blood alcohol where they have the different levels, this is not to be viewed like that. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that is correct. That is not to be determined as the final amount.
And there's no level that says at this level you're impaired by benzodiazepines or at this level for these other drugs, correct?
No, there is not. We do not have per se limits for specific drugs in the state of California. But again, this rate is just the instrument measurement for the entire class of benzodiazepines. Within the whole class of benzodiazepines, there's a lot of different drugs. And that's why, again, the confirmation test was performed.
And Ms. Lopez will be able to tell us about that.
Yes.
Are you able to tell, just on the identification of when they actually took the benzodiazepines?
No, we cannot.
You familiar with half-lives of drugs?
Just as far as my training goes, yes.
If you take a drug, let's just say a benzodiazepine, let's just say what's the name of it? Valium. Is that a benzodiazepine?
Yes, that is a benzodiazepine.
Valium, when you take it, at some point in time, it's no longer in your system. Is that out of your area?
At a certain point, any drug that you take is out of your system if you don't continue to take it.
Depending on the drug, there are different times in which they will say in the scientific literature, and actually the research that the pharmaceutical company conducts of the drug, it's actually published in the insert package, how long the ingredient actively and inactively stays in your system. Are you aware of that?
Yes, but again, those are all based on a lot of different factors. And based on this analysis, I don't know which benzodiazepine it is.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that what you can tell us is based on the blood that was taken, the presence of benzodiazepines were there, correct?
The presence of benzodiazepines is presumptive at this point in my analysis.
Then it goes to be confirmed by someone else.
Yes.
You can't tell us that they took it right before or however long the drug stays in their system. That's not something that you can tell us because you haven't done that work in this case, correct?
That is correct.
So bottom line, it's in the system, detected, can't tell us when they took it.
I can't tell you that based off of
And
this.
you're not an expert in impairment of drugs and alcohol and driving. Is that a fair statement?
No, I am not.
So I shouldn't ask you questions about that.
No, I cannot testify to impairment.
Okay. When you completed your work, what did you do with the samples?
So just like any other case run, I sealed up the evidence envelope. And in this case, because it did screen presumptive for benzodiazepines, I scanned it into the locked toxicology refrigerators where evidence is stored, queued for confirmation testing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning, Ms. Beckman.
Good morning.
You're employed by the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, correct?
Los Angeles County, but yes, assigned to the Sheriff's Department.
Okay. Your role in analyzing the blood vials in this case was limited to screening for the presence of families of drugs. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate.
And the process is a two-step process. One, you do a kind of a pre-screen to see if there's any family of drugs in the system, correct?
Yes, so a preliminary screen.
And then there needs to be a second step that has a confirmation process to determine what actually is the substance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the confirmation process that was done by Mr. Lopez for the benzo, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And I just want to be clear, you did not do an analysis of the amount of any substance in these blood vials, correct?
Could you please rephrase your question?
Sure. You didn't do, for the benzo, you didn't do an analysis to determine the amount of the benzo that was present, true?
That is true, I did not.
And Mr. Panish asked you about some rates. I just want to be clear that the rate number that he mentioned, that is not an amount for the benzo that was in the system, correct?
That is correct. That is not related to the amount of benzodiazepines.
And you're not telling this jury that the benzo in any way impacted impairment of Ms. Grossman, true?
That is correct. My role is not to discuss impairment.
Now, when your lab receives blood vials, as it did in this case, is the protocol from the sheriff's department when they bring over the vial that the name for the individual whose blood is contained in the vial is written on the outside of the vial?
We are trained to take notes. So I did take notes on this evidence item. But if the vials are contained within the evidence envelope and sealed and initialed, then that we are trained that those vials belong to that person, whether or not the names are written on the vials.
I understand that, but the sheriff's department, when they get a vial of blood, their protocol is that they write the individual's name on those vials, correct?
That's beyond my scope and role.
When you typically receive vials of blood from the sheriff's department, is the name of the individual written on the outside of those vials?
Sometimes they are, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's actually a hospital label on the outside.
And even that hospital label would contain the name of the person, correct?
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. If it doesn't, then, if there is a hospital label that contains a different name, then I would contact the agency.
And in this case, with the vials of blood, there was no name written on the outside of the vials, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you noted that in your notes when you did your analysis that Ms. Grossman's name was not written on the outside of the blood vials when they were received by your lab, correct?
That is correct. I did make that note.
That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions.
Any questions from the jury?
Judge, I just have,
No questions so far. All right.
just real quick. I don't know if counsel is suggesting, but is there any question in your mind that was Rebecca Grossman's blood?
Again, part of our training is if the evidence envelope is sealed and initialed, we are trained that whether names are written on the blood vials or not, as long as the integrity of the evidence, remains intact, then the vials within that envelope belong to the person on the outside.
You've testified in a deposition. You testified in another proceeding in this matter, correct?
Yes, I have.
Has anyone in all the testimony you've given ever questioned you and said that was not Rebecca Grossman's blood?
Objection, Your Honor, that's improper.
Sustain.
Is there any question in your mind it's Rebecca Grossman's blood?
Could you please rephrase the question?
You were asked these questions that her name wasn't written on there. Remember that?
Yes.
Was there a tracking number on there?
Not on the blood vial itself, but on the evidence item.
Is that how it's done usually? There's on the outside, there's a tracking number.
On the evidence item, there is both a file number for the agency And then there is also the physical evidence tag that I testified about prior, that is stapled or attached to the
And all the
evidence item.
times you've testified, you've always testified it's Rebecca Grossman's blood, correct?
Objection improper.
Sustained.
Have you ever been questioned at any time whether this was Rebecca Grossman's blood
Objection.
before this app just now?
Objection improper.
Overruled.
Could you please read?
Have you ever been questioned before just now that someone suggested this is not Rebecca Grossman's blood?
Not that I can remember.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
No juror questions. Thank you. Member excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, plaintiff called Christopher Lopez.
Mr. Lopez, please approach the witness stand but remain standing. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And if you can state and spell your name for the record.
Christopher Lopez, spelled Christopher. Last name spelled Lopez.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Lopez. Where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Crime Lab, assigned to the Toxicology section.
And what is your role with the LA County Lab?
I'm a senior criminalist
How long have you been working in this role?
for about 7 years now.
And where is the LA County Sheriff's Department Crime Lab located?
The particular lab that I work at is in Downey.
What are your job duties and responsibilities as a senior criminalist?
I'm responsible for testing both blood and urine for the presence of drugs.
Mr. Lopez, could you please describe your educational background for the jury?
Sure. I received a Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry from California State University, Long Beach. Received a Master's of Science in Criminalistics from California State University, Los Angeles. Upon being transferred to the toxicology section, I underwent about a year of training in both the screening and confirmation of drugs in both blood and urine. That training entailed lectures, shadowing of other analysts, reading of scientific literature, practice sets, competency set, and a comprehensive exam.
As part of your role, do you undergo any ongoing periodic testing to maintain your proficiency?
Yes, I have to take a proficiency test every year.
And what is that testing?
A proficiency test is done by all analysts annually to ensure that they're doing casework at a high performance level.
Have you passed all of your proficiency testing since becoming a senior criminalist with the LA County Lab?
Yes, I have.
Is the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Crime Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
When a lab is accredited, does that mean it's been officially recognized as meeting certain quality standards?
Yes, that's correct.
And what entity accredited your lab?
It's called ANAB, which stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board. The ANSI part of it is another acronym that stands for American National Standards Institute.
Mr. Lopez, did you conduct a toxicology analysis for a blood sample of Rebecca Grossman in October of 2020?
Yes, I did.
Was that toxicology analysis a final and confirmatory for benzodiazepine?
Yes.
And what is a final and confirmatory analysis?
It's an analysis that positively identifies the drug of interest in the sample.
And is benzodiazepine confirmation testing something you perform routinely as part of your work at the lab?
Yes.
When the LA County Sheriff's Lab receives a package containing blood samples, is there a standard intake process the lab follows?
Yes.
What is that process?
When it first enters the lab, it goes through the evidence control section. From there, an analyst will go and pick up the evidence and usually gets transferred to a refrigerator within the toxicology section. It's in a locked area of the lab. And then until it's ready to be analyzed.
As part of that intake process, does the lab assign the sample a unique identification number for the particular blood sample?
Yes, it does.
What's the purpose of that unique identification number?
A number is used for to track its movement with the chain of custody.
And is that number tracked from the time of intake through the testing all the way until the samples returned or released?
That's correct.
Let's publish Exhibit 47. Mr. Lopez, do you recognize what's depicted here in Exhibit 47?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
Appears to be the outer packaging of the samples that I tested.
Does this image fairly and accurately depict the envelope you received with Rebecca Grossman's blood sample?
Yes.
In the work that you do with the LA County Sheriff's Department, when you receive vials of blood from a person, does it typically arrive in an envelope such as this?
Yes, it does.
And if we could zoom in on the top left of the envelope. Mr. Lopez, at the top, there's a a series of letters and numbers. It starts with L08. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. It looks like it reads L089644. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What does that number represent?
That's the unique identifier, the laboratory receipt number.
Is that that's the number that you use to identify and track the samples over time?
Correct.
And when you received this envelope containing Ms. Grossman's blood samples, was it sealed?
It was.
After the lab finished handling or testing the samples, was the envelope resealed?
Yes, yes, it was.
Why is it important to make sure it's sealed and resealed?
It helps track its movement because everybody who opens it has a separate tape that's put back on the package. And the tape is there to ensure that the evidence doesn't readily escape and to show that it hasn't been tampered with.
Let's publish Exhibit 49. Mr. Lopez, do you recognize what's depicted here in Exhibit 49?
Yes, I do.
Are these the blood samples the LA County Sheriff's Lab received for Rebecca Grossman?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you test both these vials or just one?
Just one vial.
And why did you just test one of the vials?
It's protocol just to test the one that was previously screened.
And let's zoom in on the label. Okay. And then looking at this particular exhibit and the label on the vial, is there a receipt number visible on there?
Yes, I see one.
And is that the same receipt number we saw on the envelope in the prior exhibit?
Yes, it is.
We can take them down. Mr. Lopez, are you familiar with the term chain of custody?
Yes, I am.
What is chain of custody?
It's the chronological documentation of the movement of the evidence throughout the lab.
Why is chain of custody important?
It's important to ensure that the courts and the public know that the integrity of the evidence has been maintained the whole time.
It's published Exhibit 58-1. Mr. Lopez, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Is this the chain of custody form for Rebecca Grossman's blood samples at the LA County Sheriff Lab?
Yes, it is.
And let's zoom in onto the top third of the document. And at the top of this document, Is that the same identification number we've seen on the envelope and the blood vials?
Yes, it is.
And there's a custody date listed here. What does that represent?
That is the date that the laboratory received it.
And that date would be October 2nd, 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Let's go down to the bottom of page 1 of Exhibit 58 on the last entry of October 14th. You see the bottom line item here of October 14th, 2020?
Yes, I do.
And there's a reference to CJL. Is that referencing your initials?
Yes, it is.
And what does this entry indicate?
That indicates that I received the evidence from another criminalist, Blake by Feeble.
And there's a term that says IN-BENZ. What does that represent?
That is referencing the drug that I was testing,
What drug was that?
benzodiazepines.
And to your knowledge, were all the LA County Sheriff Labs custom and practices for proper and accurate chain of custody followed with respect to Ms. Grossman's blood samples?
Yes.
When the blood samples are stored at the lab, where are they stored?
They're either in the evidence control section, or if they're waiting to be tested in our particular section, they're in a locked room being refrigerated.
Who has access to those refrigerators in the lab?
Evidence control section personnel, if it's in there. If it's within the toxicology section, then toxicology personnel, other criminalists, maybe, and the lab techs, as well as the supervisors.
You can take that down. When you tested the vial for benzodiazepines, what machine or instrument did you use to conduct that confirmation testing?
I use what's called a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, GCMS for short.
Can you describe for the jury what that instrument is?
Yeah, it's an instrument capable of separating drug and components within a sample, but it's also able to positively identify those drugs if present.
When your assignment is to test for benzodiazepines, do you use a specific method to identify and isolate the compounds of the sample?
The sample is first taken through an extraction process, and that just purifies the sample, removes any proteins, fats, and other things within the sample, and gets it ready to be put on the instrument. From there, it's put on the instrument, and the data output is what I analyze to determine whether the drug is present.
And on the instrument itself, is there a specific method for looking for that particular drug?
Yes, there is a program we use, and there's a method in that program that tells it to look for a specific drug.
When you performed this testing on Ms. Grossman's blood samples, did you run positive and negative controls?
Yes, I did.
What does it mean to run positive and negative controls?
A positive control is a known drug standard, a known concentration, and it's used to ensure that the method, that the instrument, and the process itself is working properly. The negative control is just a negative blank sample or negative blood sample that has no drug in it, and that's there to ensure that no contamination has been introduced into the process.
And why is this positive and negative control testing important?
It's important to show that the process is working properly, and to show that the integrity of the evidence and the process itself.
And was this done for Rebecca Grossman's blood samples that you tested?
Yes, it was.
The confirmation testing for benzodiazepines for Ms. Grossman's blood samples, was this a qualitative or a quantitative analysis?
This was a qualitative analysis.
And can you explain to the jury the difference between a qualitative analysis and a quantitative analysis?
Sure. Qualitative analysis is one that just returns a simple detected or not detected, whereas a quantitative analysis will return a value that tells how much of the drug will be present, a numerical value.
So to be clear, your assignment here was only testing for the presence of benzodiazepine, not for the amount,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Mr. Lopez, did you author a toxicology report for Ms. Grossman's blood samples?
I did.
Let's publish Exhibit 130. Mr. Lopez, in your role with the LA County Sheriff Lab analyzing blood samples, do you issue toxicology reports?
Yes, all the time.
And are these toxicology reports created in the regular course of the LA Sheriff Lab's business?
Yes,
And are the toxicology reports created at or near the time the testing's done?
yes, they are.
And based on your training, your experience, and your familiarity with the toxicology reports of the lab, are they a complete, reliable, and accurate record of the toxicology analysis performed?
Yes,
And is that all true for Rebecca Grossman's blood samples?
yes, that is true.
And is this document that you're seeing on the screen here, is this the laboratory examination report you authored for Rebecca Grossman's lab samples?
Yes, it is.
If we zoom into the top here, there's a date listed on the document. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay, what does that date represent?
that represents the date that it got to our laboratory. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was looking at a different date. That's when I received the evidence. I'm sorry.
So that date at the top of October 14th, 2020, that's the date you actually received the blood samples, correct?
Correct.
And was the other date you were referring to
That's the
below
one I was looking at
October
initially.
2nd?
And is that the date you're referring to?
I'm sorry.
That other date of October 2nd, 2020, what does that refer to?
That's the date that the laboratory received the sample.
And what were the results from your testing from the sample of Rebecca Grossman's blood?
I found that nordiazepam and diazepam were detected, and that oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, alprazolam, and alpha hydroxyalprazolam were not detected.
With respect to diazepam, is there a more common name for that drug?
Yes, Valium.
And nordiazepam, how is that related to diazepam?
Nordiazepam is a metabolite or breakdown product of diazepam.
So if someone takes diazepam or Valium, then does the body then break that down into nordiazepam? Is that how that works?
That's correct.
And if we go to the bottom of the document, is that your signature towards the bottom of this report here?
Yes, it is.
And the date there of October 16, 2020, what does that date represent?
That's the date that the entire process is completed.
And you're not an expert on impairment, right?
No, I'm not.
That's outside the area of your expertise.
That's correct.
After you completed your testing, what did you do with the sample?
The sample was placed in a locked area where it's kept refrigerated. And then eventually I returned it to the evidence control section.
Let's publish Exhibit 131. Mr. Lopez, do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's the other chain of custody report.
Okay. And why were there two chain of custody reports in this instance?
At the time, we were going through kind of a transitionary period for our evidence tracking system, moving from one program to the next. So this is on the new program, the one that we're currently using right now. The other document was from the older. So there's some overlap there.
So you were transitioning to the new system and had both chain of custody systems tracking the blood samples at this time. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And we can see here towards the bottom, there's a entry for November 19, 2020. Do you see that?
I do.
What does that indicate?
That is the date that the sample was handed off to an outside agency.
Okay. And would that have been the Orange County Crime Lab?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez, at any point during your testing of the blood samples, did you see any evidence that these samples were in any way compromised or unable to be reliably tested?
No. I did not.
Based on your background, your training, and your experience, do you have full confidence that the results of your analysis of Rebecca Grossman's blood samples were complete, reliable, and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good morning, Mr. Lopez.
Good morning.
You're employed by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, true?
That's correct.
And your role in analyzing the blood vials in this case was limited to doing the confirmation test for the benzodiazepines, correct?
That's correct.
And when you did the confirmation test, council put up for you, there were several substances that were tested for but came back negative, correct?
That's correct.
And one of those was alprazolam, correct?
Alpha hydroxy alprazolam.
And is that more commonly known as Xanax?
Alprazolam is more commonly known as Xanax, but alpha hydroxy alprazolam is actually a metabolite of that.
Okay, and so the test for Xanax was negative, correct?
That's correct.
And the testing you did not determine any amounts of any of the diazepam in the blood vials, correct?
No, there's no numerical value associated with it. It's just detected or not detected.
Right, and so you don't know if it was a little or a lot that was contained in the sample, true?
That's true.
Are you aware if there are any foods or herbal pills or teas that can cause a false positive for benzodiazepines?
I'm not aware of any, no.
Have you reviewed any literature on false positives for benzodiazepines?
I have. I've never heard of any kind of false positive for GCMS, for gas chromatograph mass spectrometry. It's highly specific.
And diazepine, that's commonly known as Valium, correct?
That's correct.
And Valium is a prescription medication, correct?
Yes,
And the you said you found diazepam and noradiazepam, correct?
that's correct.
And noradiazepam, that's a metabolite of diazepam.
Yes, it's a metabolite breakdown product, but it's also a drug that can be prescribed itself.
But you're unable to determine if it's a separate drug, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, with respect to Valium in somebody's system, you're aware that it went from when the time somebody takes it until it's out of their system, it can take days for it to be out of the system, correct?
Yeah, I know some drugs take days, and it depends on multiple factors, but that's beyond the scope of my expertise.
And you're not telling this jury that the presence of the diazepam in any way impacted the level of impairment for Ms. Grossman?
No, I cannot say one way or the other.
And you cannot say that the presence of the diazepam was affecting Ms. Grossman's mental or physical capabilities at the time of the accident in this case, correct?
That's correct. I cannot say.
That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Questions from the jury?
He wants to ask you.
I'm sorry, is that a yes? Okay. Redirect.
Mr. Lopez, you can't say either way whether the drugs that you were present in Miss Grossman's blood samples, at what point she took that, or she did not take that, true?
That's true.
And you can't say one way or another whether it caused her impairment or not, true?
That's correct.
That's all the questions I have.
That's so, question. On the day of the testing, Did you perform the test only for Ms. Grossman's blood, or did you perform blood sample tests for other unrelated people?
No, it's usually done with other casework samples, and that wasn't any different with this case.
How did you ensure that the samples did not get mixed up?
All blood vials are opened one at a time and closed, and then placed back in their packages before the next one comes out. And then the instrument does washes in between injections between the samples to ensure there's no carryover contamination.
And is that part of the cleaning process? Is that part of the accreditation process to make sure the cleaning is done properly?
Yes, it's part of the accreditation process, and the instrument itself is taken through a whole validation process to make sure there's no cross-contamination as well.
Is there any doubt in your mind that there was no mix-up?
There's no doubt in my mind.
All right, thank you. All right, your excuse. Thank you. We'll take our break in a minute, but let me just remind the jurors, some questions won't be asked because they may get answered later on, or they may not be asked because they're not proper questions, or the answer may not be proper. Do not talk about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Take about a 10-minute break. Jurors are present, you may be seated. Call your next witness. Next witness.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Your Honor, the plaintiff's called Dr. David Matero by video.
Oh, Your Honor, my screen's not on. It's just the seal of the court.
Oh, hold on. Let it go somewhere.
Thank you.
All right, please proceed.
Can you please state your name for the record?
David Timothy Matero,
All right.
T-E-R-O.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency physician.
And you practice emergency medicine?
I do. I'm at two different locations currently. At the time, until recently, I've been at Los Robles Hospital, and I'm making some changes where I'll be at Glendale Hospital, and also at Solace Health, which is basically a concierge emergency practice in Beverly Hills.
Okay. How long have you been a medical doctor?
Almost 20 years.
And of those 20 years, have you always been an emergency physician?
That's correct. That's my specialty.
Can you help us understand what emergency medicine is?
Yeah, we are unlike other specialties, which are often organ system or generalist kinds of physicians, we are a time frame physician. So it's one of the youngest specialties. It's a specialty training itself. I actually was an attending at University of Colorado teaching physicians who were becoming emergency docs. And in that process, I had a 4-year residency in emergency medicine. So we kind of cover all fields of medicine as it pertains to both in particular, the acute window, in other words, things that have happened just prior or recently, or critically ill patients. But we also see patients who come in for general issues who are concerned that they may have an emergency condition, but we don't manage long-term healthcare.
Okay. And you touched on some of your background training experience, but let me get the bigger, broader picture.
Yeah.
Let me start with your education. Where did you go to undergrad?
To Wheaton College in Chicago, or in Wheaton, Illinois, but close to Chicago.
What was your major?
Physics and actually theology as well, but it's a longer story.
Okay. And how about medical school? Where'd you go?
Went to Northwestern University in Chicago.
And you had mentioned that you completed a residency in emergency medicine. Is that correct?
Correct. That was at Washington University in St. Louis, at the Washington University and Barnes Jewish Hospital.
Okay. Did you complete a fellowship?
No.
All right. Do you have any board certifications?
Yes, I am American Board of Emergency Physicians certified as an emergency medicine specialist.
What year did you earn that certification?
Let's see, 2007, and then recertified in 2017, and I have my next recertification next year. Or actually in 2 years.
Got it. Okay. And you had also told us just a few moments ago, I believe, that you do clinical work and you do teaching. Is that correct?
I used to. Now I'm purely clinical, but until 2014, I was on faculty at University of Colorado, where I was at CU Hospital and Denver Health in Denver, Colorado. So I was there from 2006 to 2014.
Okay,
and as an assistant professor there.
okay, got it. And you had mentioned the hospitals where you work currently. In all of those locations, are you practicing emergency medicine?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. So, doctor, obviously, well, let me lay a foundation. So you understand that you're here with respect to a civil case involving Rebecca Grossman.
I do, yes.
All right. And the civil case involves an automobile versus pedestrian collision that occurred on September 29th, 2020. Does that generally sound correct to you?
It does, yes.
And when you say the clinical course, are you relating and referring to the care summary or treatment notes of your treatment of relating to Rebecca Grossman?
Correct, and also to the patient as well, to the Iskander child.
That's Jacob Iskander?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And did reviewing the treatment notes of both Rebecca Grossman and Jacob Iskander refresh your recollection about your care and treatment of both of those people?
Yes, it did. And there are memorable cases, obviously, as well.
Okay. And so I'm just going to touch on those two issues and, we'll walk through it. If at any point I ask a question that doesn't make sense or is confusing, you're allowed to say that.
Okay.
I try to be as direct as possible, but you as the witness, if at any point in time something's not making sense, you're allowed to say that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Likewise.
Oh, yeah, no, it's all good. Okay, so I want to take you back in time to the night of September 29th, 2020. Were you working that night as an emergency room physician at Los Robles Hospital?
I was.
Was that in the emergency room?
Correct, yes. That's still in place now.
Did you treat a patient by the name of Rebecca Grossman?
I did.
All right. And was it your job that night to do what's referred to as a medical clearance exam of her?
Correct, yes.
And with respect to a medical clearance exam, can you explain what that is to us?
Yeah, so it can have many reasons for it. And our job at that time is to make sure that the patient is stable and we know overall what's going on with them. It's not a complete medical exam like if you came to the ER for being seen and treated. And we tell the patient that. We just make sure that they are stable typically and then are going to a facility which will have some kind of a medical provider or screener if needed later.
All right. And is it your memory that with respect to Rebecca Grossman on this date that she was brought in by law enforcement?
It is, yes.
Does the fact that someone is coming in and they're escorted by law enforcement like Rebecca Grossman was, does that in any way cloud or impact your judgment or medical decision making?
I don't think it clouds it. I've been doing this for so long. It impacts it in the sense that we have some history that's coming in with why they're there. Obviously, usually there's some reason that's mentioned for it. So obviously, it's not quite the same as having somebody come in from the lobby. But it also impacts it when somebody comes in for a medical clearance exam or a medical screening exam is another word for it. When they come in for that, we know the level of evaluation that we're going to do on the person is primarily looking for any acute, immediate, critical, and unstable issues.
How about, let me ask a related question. Does the fact that someone is being brought to you and being escorted by law enforcement, does that prejudice you against that person in any way as it relates to your medical decision making?
With regard to my medical decision making, no.
And is it fair to say that as an emergency room physician that you have conducted conducted or seen patients regularly with respect to performing medical clearance exams?
Yes, I would say practically every shift at Los Robles and for probably 10, 15 years prior to that, almost every shift I would do that on one or even several patients.
All right. And then at some point in time during your initial interaction with Rebecca Grossman, did you learn that she was suspected of being involved in an automobile versus pedestrian collision?
I did.
Doctor, as a emergency medicine physician, are you aware of something that's called or referred to as charting?
Yes, I am.
What is that?
Charting is, sadly, it's probably the biggest part of my job. I would love to say patient care, but unfortunately, probably over half of our effort goes into charting on patients, and that involves getting the history of the present situation, why the patient is there, and what their complaints are or what's going on. Involves a relevant physical exam documentation, and then kind of an assessment and a plan with regard to what's relevant to that patient's presentation.
All right. And Doctor, you had told us that prior to your deposition today, you were able to review your treatment notes of Rebecca Grossman. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. With respect to Rebecca Grossman, during your entire interaction with her, did she ever indicate to you that she was injured in any way?
She did not.
If she had indicated any type of harm or injury that she believed she suffered, would you have indicated that in your treatment notes?
Yes, I would. And I'd clarify also that is people often come into emergency in different states of being stunned as well. So when I know that somebody's been in an accident, then patient doesn't have to tell me that, let's say I'm looking for an airbag injury already, for example. So I'm proactively looking for these. Patients don't always think of telling me what's going on, everything with them, but I have a relevant physical exam and history to what they're coming in with.
All right. So then with respect to the medical clearance exam that you performed on Rebecca Grossman, can you walk us through your process?
Sure. So, I mean, a big part of it is literally just interacting with somebody, asking them questions and looking at them, seeing how they respond, trying to find out, obviously, how they are feeling. As noted, to the degree that they are paying attention to what's going on and are aware of things. Sometimes things arise later. I'm also evaluating somebody visually the whole time, and then we kind of move on to what kind of medical problems do they have, allergies, and then to the physical exam portion. We typically start out with we call it the ABCs: airway, breathing, and circulation, to make sure that somebody is stable from a cardiopulmonary standpoint. As they're breathing, pardon me, they're breathing and circulating. In other words, their heart is working, their blood pressure is stable, they don't look like they're unstable, either respiratory or from a cardiovascular standpoint. And then we move on to kind of do an overview of that's relevant to anyone's specific presentation. So in the case of somebody who's been in a motor vehicle collision, I'm going to now, look at, palpate, the spine, wrists, ankles, listen to the lungs for any decreased breath sounds or changes in breath sounds, listening to the heart, briefly press on the abdomen, and just to make sure that there isn't something that's an obvious injury on someone. And then also, actually, a big part of watching doing a physical exam on somebody, not always an option in emergency. Is actually just watching them walk. Believe it or not, you can tell a lot. If somebody's just able to walk and is steady with their gait and items like that. So, and then the exam. There's no end to the exam, obviously, that you can do, but it's going to be relevant to the case.
Right. And during the course of your examination of Rebecca Grossman, you determined that she was injured in any way?
I did not. So that's a pretty broad question. I did not determine that she had any serious or significant injuries. In other words, whether she had sprained a pinky or something like that. I can't always determine all that. Some of these symptoms appear later, but overall, she was medically stable, did not have any evidence of obvious injury that would be significant in any way. She was good blood pressure, good mentation with regard to, in other words, she wasn't passing out from low blood pressure or something like that. Lungs were fine, heart was fine, and then extremities were good enough from a standpoint of no evidence of fractures or significant tissue trauma.
Okay. And related to that tissue trauma, during your exam of Rebecca Grossman, did you see any evidence of early onset bruising or anything of that nature to her body?
I didn't see any. So in medical screening exam, we don't get somebody completely naked, but a big part of it is palpating the expected areas and the dangerous areas. So in other words, I would have and did palpate or like press on. Palpate is just lingo for pressing on the spine, looking for any evidence of fractures there, shoulders and elbows and wrists, and then knees and ankles. And a big part of that is going to be also just watching somebody walk. So I did see her walk twice while she was there, and she was not limping. I was able to walk with a steady gait. In fact, I think she had maybe some 2 or 3 inch heels on as well. So.
And during your examination, did she ever report to you that she thought she was injured or hurt in any way?
She did not. She was also very, very minimally communicative, but which was a little bit of a challenge, but did not indicate any significant injury.
As part of your physical exam and the work that you've described to us, did you note or report any head, neck, or back pain on Rebecca Grossman?
I did not.
Was there any reported loss of consciousness of any kind suffered by Rebecca Grossman?
There was not.
And you had mentioned walking and observing Rebecca Grossman ambulate or take steps. When you personally observed that, did you at any point in time see any evidence of limping or discomfort while walking?
I did not.
And as it relates to Rebecca Grossman, was there any evidence that you personally observed or of any bleeding or bruising?
No bleeding and no. So in other words, I'll palpate through the clothing. This is a medical screening exam, so I'll press on the limbs and extremities for anything that hurts, and then also ask somebody if anything hurts. But so I'm not undressing someone, but I didn't see anything on the hands, the face, chest. I palpated her legs, so but beyond that, I think she was wearing maybe a coat and a mustard yellow sweater or something like that.
And Doctor, you had told us about, at the certain aspects of your charting involves a section of MDM or medical decision making. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And the medical decision making, what's generally the purpose of the information that's contained in that summary?
the purpose of it is to tie everything together. Why is the patient here? Signing the findings on the evaluation, and also this is in the context of someone who's there with if they've had every presentation has a very different context. So if someone's slurring their speech, it's a different thing than if somebody's coming in with a medical screening exam. In other words, I'm looking to make sure that there is nothing broken, that they aren't in any significant pain, and that they're medically stable from a cardiopulmonary standpoint, and to make sure that the patient is reasonably comfortable.
Doctor, you had indicated to us at the very beginning that with respect to your treatment of both Rebecca Grossman and Jacob Iskander, that they were both memorable to you. Do you recall telling us that?
I do, yes.
With respect to Rebecca Grossman, tell us why you described it that way.
Well, I had taken care of Jacob Iskander prior to seeing her. And I was really aware of some kind of connection there with her and the accident, but not all the details. Another memorable thing is that I did walk behind her a bit because we had to get her seated into a room. So the ER was pretty crowded, so we had to move her into our fast track area to be able to evaluate her. So I walked behind her for a bit there as we were walking into the room. So I was able to there especially evaluate her ambulation and how she was doing. And so those are things from I guess medically I would say that she had no complaints, and I didn't find any evidence of the accident having left any significant trauma. When you're aware of there being connection to some kind of a bigger case, obviously you pay more attention, because again, the goal is to make sure that somebody is medically stable. But in cases like this, I think I pay more attention to it because kind of are aware that there's a lot on the line here. And then with regard to her demeanor toward me, that was another pretty memorable aspect of that case that I'm happy to go into if needed.
Would you please describe your impression of her demeanor based on your own personal interaction with her?
Yes, I can. Yeah, she was relatively dismissive from the beginning and seemed just, I wouldn't say angry, but more annoyed at the whole process. Probably the more memorable moment was when I asked her about her past medical history, if she has any medical problems, and she wouldn't answer this and told me to contact her husband, who is a physician, to find out. And I expressed to her that I'm just doing a medical screening exam, and that I just need to know the conditions that you are aware of that you have, that as an adult. And she seemed like she had good mental capacity to answer that, and contacting any physician, let alone family in that situation, is not a usual request from anyone really in the initial setting, possibly later during a complicated course.
Okay. Did she, we'll strike that. Did you at some point learn that Rebecca Grossman's husband was Peter Grossman?
She did. Her exact statement to me was, when I asked her, what kind of medical problems do you have? She said, well, you can contact my husband, Dr. Grossman, to find that out.
And prior to this interaction you had with Rebecca Grossman, did you know who Peter Grossman was?
I was aware there are several Dr. Grossmans, but there was some allusion to this being a physician connected to the burn center. So my understanding was that there was the Dr. Grossman from the burn center.
had you ever had any personal or professional interactions with Dr. Grossman before, September 29th, 2020?
I have in consultative settings at some point, or with his staff. When it was staff or when it was he himself, I don't know. Over the years, we do use the Grossman Burn Center from Los Robles for burn cases. So I would have talked to them intermittently for transfer purposes,
Okay.
or follow-up purposes.
With respect to any actual interaction between you and Dr. Peter Grossman sitting here today, do you have a memory of that occurring at all?
Only the knowledge that I had, and typically because I consult many physicians as an emergency doc, I usually have a sense of, is someone, a helpful person for me or not, and that determines if I consult him a lot in the future or not. And my sense of him was that he had been a helpful person and was very helpful to our facility as well.
Okay. Ultimately, was Rebecca Grossman cleared?
She was.
Was any blood drawn? Strike that. Did Rebecca Grossman have her blood drawn as part of the medical intake at the ER that night?
I actually don't know, and the reason for that is because I keep the intentionally, and I don't pay attention to this on anyone. Sometimes, typically someone who is coming in with this complaint will have that, but that blood is drawn in a legal sense, and while it is done by our nursing staff, it's separate from my charting and from my workup. She did not, from my standpoint, require any blood work to be done, so I didn't order any on her. And typically that's the case for the vast majority of medical screening exams or medical clearance exams.
Okay, got it. All right, doctor, in all the years that you've been practicing emergency medicine, have you treated people who have suffered airbag related injuries?
I have.
And what types of injuries are associated with airbag deployment typically?
The most common are burn injuries, because the airbag is a controlled explosion to fill the airbag, and so the gas in it is hot. So usually we're going to see first or second degree burns, typically just first degree burns, if any, on the hands, possibly the face.
If you personally observed those airbag burns, like the ones that you described on Rebecca Grossman, and there was an associated complaint of pain directly from her, or there was a objective observation of pain based on, say, palpation by you, would you have ordered some type of imaging like an X-ray or CT scan?
Absolutely, I would have, yes. And to may I clarify that a little bit? So
yes, of course.
A lot of you were saying, what kind of injuries do we see with airbags? Airbags typically are going to cause strain and sprain injuries. If anything other than burn injuries, but those are things that appear later on in the course. So in the initial setting for an accident, I'm primarily looking for broken bones from the accident itself, or from the initial trauma. So.
And here, with respect to Rebecca Grossman, were you informed that the airbags in her vehicle deployed as a result of the incident?
Yes, I was informed that they had.
All right. And Rebecca Grossman, at any point in time, say words to the effect of, I believe I suffered an airbag injury or burn or some type of harm that she attributed to an airbag?
She did not, and I also looked at her exposed. The burns are, like I said, they're typically first degree burns, but are going to be in exposed skin areas where the skin is open, and I did look at these areas and did not see any evidence of that.
Okay, got it. Now let's change topics. Let's go to Jacob Iskander. Doctor, you told us that on this same date, September 29th, 2020, that you were personally involved in treating Jacob Iskander. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And in reviewing your treatment notes, it looks like there were other physicians who assisted you and you assisted with them. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Do you remember who, like that, do you remember the other physicians who were involved in the treatment of Jacob Iskander?
I do. I'd have to be refreshed on their names though.
Okay.
In these settings, I've worked with the trauma and ortho and pediatric physicians so many times that sometimes it gets clouded who that specific one was this many years later.
So what I'm going to do, actually, let me do this first because I pulled up the treatment note of Rebecca Grossman first. Okay, so just for the record, I'm going to mark as Exhibit 1 the care summary of Rebecca Grossman. This is an 8-page PDF. And on the very first page, towards the top, first, doctor, can you see at least a portion of this page on your screen?
I cannot. There's a button called screen share up there. I'm not sure if I should, I'm not familiar with this system, so I'm not sure if it has a yellow box and it says screen share next to it. Should I click that or not?
Yeah, let's try that.
Okay, let's do that. Yep, ta-da, that worked. So, okay, I'm looking at the document.
Okay, and can you see the first page on your screen?
I can. Do you mind zooming it in so it's the width of the perfect? That's good. Okay, thank you.
All right. And looking at this, do you recognize this to be at least the first page of the treatment summary of Rebecca Grossman as reported by you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the primary pages I'm focusing on are pages 1 through 5.
Okay.
And if we go to the 5th page, you see towards the top, doctor, that it indicates it was this treatment note is electronically signed by you on September 30th, 2020 at approximately 2:03 a.m.
I see that, yes.
And does that electronic signature indicate approximately when you completed this treatment note of Rebecca Grossman?
Yes, it does, yeah. So that's when I finally closed the chart and signed it. And I'm done with the chart. That's the time.
Okay, got it. Okay, so that's Exhibit 1. So let me switch. So this will be Exhibit 2. All right, and Exhibit 2, just for the record, it's an 18-page PDF. Can you see at least a portion of the first page on your screen, doctor?
I do.
All right, and looking at this portion of the exhibit, do you recognize this to be the treatment note relating to your care of Jacob Iskander?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And where my question left off was asking you about your colleagues. You assisted and they assisted you, and you guys participated in providing care to Jacob Iskander. Let me find those names. Here we go. Okay, so for the record, I'm on page 12 of 18. And there are some names up here. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger.
Mm-hmm.
There's reference to a Dr. Waldrop. Do you see that, doctor?
I do. I know him well. And I recall him being the physician there. It's one of our surgeons who acts as a trauma surgeon there and takes trauma call.
Okay, and does it, as a trauma surgeon, does Dr. Waldrop, focus or specialize in any particular body part, or is it just general emergency surgery?
I believe he has a couple areas. One is trauma surgery. I think the other one is gastroenterology, GI surgery as well.
Okay, And next, it appears there's another one of your colleagues referred to as Dr. Drago. Can you tell us who this is?
Right. That is the pediatric physician who would be admitting the patient. Her role is probably a bit less in the initial resuscitation process, although she has been involved with it but in the actual hands-on portion, a little less.
Okay. I believe
I think it was a Dr. Wynn. I think the I think it was Dr. Wynn, Nguyen. I think he was that's my recollection, but I'm not sure if it was him.
There it is.
Okay, yes, yeah, Dr. Wynn, yeah.
So I'm, just for the record, I'm on page 11 of Exhibit 2. It indicates here just that I'm reading a partial sentence. It's referring, Doctor, to you that you notified Dr. Wynn neurosurgery. What do you remember about Dr. Wynn's involvement as it relates to Jacob Iskander?
We knew that there was significant head trauma, and we knew that Jacob's pupils were dilated, which is a sign of increased intracranial pressure. And so we had, and then of course, evidence of trauma to the head as well. And then as the imaging came in, we became more and more aware of things like bleed, and then also that the skull was actually separated from the cervical spine. It wasn't an actual decapitation, but there was a kind of a pulling apart of the skull from the cervical spine.
So doctor, let's do this before I continue on the note. And look, as we go through this, if you need to refer to the treatment note to refresh your recollection, you're totally allowed to do that. Just tell me, just say the word and I'll pull it up again.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but what I'd like to do, to the extent you can, is just ask you questions without referring to the treatment notes.
Okay, sure.
But again, if necessary, of course I will do so. All right. With going back to September 29th, 2020, you told us that your first interaction as it relates to this incident was your treatment of Jacob Iskander. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to pull up the view where I can see you as well. Okay. Now I can see you. I was just looking at myself. It's distracting to see me staring back at me there, talking into a mirror there. But I'm sorry. Can you ask that question again, please?
Sure. So you told us earlier that as it relates to this incident from September 29th, 2020, your first involvement was treating Jacob Iskander and then later treating Rebecca Grossman. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
With respect to Jacob Iskander, what do you recall about his presentation when he was first brought into the emergency room?
He had, he was a mess. That's just in layman's terms and in medical terms, both. It was clear that he had blunt force trauma and appeared moribund, which means, a fair chance that is not going to survive. CPR had been started in the field for what we call a traumatic arrest. In other words, that somebody had lost pulses from trauma. And there had been CPR intermittently on and off as we were trying to resuscitate him with occasionally getting pulses back but nothing sustainable. It was clear that the head trauma was pretty significant. It was clear that he had abdominal and chest trauma as well, kind of a crushing. It was not a pretty sight. And then I think there was a deformity of the femur, if I recall, as well, of the lower extremity. It looked like he had been hit by a car. Very badly.
And doctor, in all the years that you've been practicing emergency medicine, have you treated pedestrians who have been hit by motor vehicles?
I have, yes.
And with respect to this situation involving Jacob Iskander, let me pull back up the treatment note, Exhibit 2. I want to go to page 17. And doctor, I'm going to focus your attention towards the top of page 17.
I'm gonna hold on. Let me. I gotta pull up my little button there. Okay, I'm there now. Good.
And at the very top, under primary impression, you wrote pedestrian versus motor vehicle. Do you see that?
I do. Yes.
What's the purpose of the primary impression in your treatment notes?
I mean, it's saying what's going on, what has happened. In other words, it's a little bit different from context to context, but it's the most relevant aspect of why someone's there. So people come in with dozens of complaints, and the primary impression is the kind of the thing that stands out the most and is the most significant overall summary of what's going on. Typically, sometimes it's the most significant finding, but in this case, the primary issue is that this is a child that's been hit by a motor vehicle.
So in other words, it sounds like, as it relates to Jacob Iskander in this treatment note, the primary impression, you use that to indicate the cause of these injuries that are identified in the secondary impression field.
That's correct. And when you have a pedestrian versus versus motor vehicle, that's an equation that the pedestrian is always on the losing side of, and so that's why we use that, because another way you could do is also put polytrauma from a motor vehicle, but that's kind of why that is one that would be a relevant one.
And with respect to the severe injuries that Jacob Iskander sustained in this pedestrian versus motor vehicle collision, they include cerebral edema, craniocervical dislocation, fracture of both femurs, head trauma, tonsillar,
Consular, but yes.
Consular hematoma, traumatic arrest, and traumatic subarachnoid hemorrhage. Were those the injuries that you personally observed?
Those are some of the injuries. Part of that is just for medical documenting. The MDM will have more, and the charting will, but in this case, it's too much to put all the separate injuries and findings that were on him. So there are more, in other words.
Understood. And the overall extent of the entirety of the injuries, I think you just told us, they're typically identified in the medical decision-making paragraphs.
Correct, yes.
But as it relates to the most significant, profound, or serious injuries, are those identified here that I just went through?
I think that there was probably, I believe there was a liver laceration and a spleen laceration and maybe even a pelvis fracture and other things. But yes, these are the most significant ones here would be the traumatic arrest, which is by arrest, we mean cardiopulmonary arrest, in other words, death by trauma. The craniocervical dislocation, in other words, that the head is pulled away from the spine, which typically snaps the spinal cord in a very critical area. And then probably the cerebral edema along with the subarachnoid hemorrhage, so the brain bleeding.
Doctor, considering the nature and extent of these injuries and you knowing the mechanism of the harm, is there anything that could have been done to save Jacob Iskander?
I don't think so. I mean, no, absolutely not. Actually, that's, I don't think so is not a correct answer. Absolutely not. We continue the resuscitation because we're still finding out information on a patient. In other words, just because somebody looks severely crushed and mangled doesn't always mean that they can't survive their injuries. So we continue resuscitation as we're trying to get the data, like getting somebody stable enough or making a decision to take them to the CAT scan to see the brain and to see the neck and things like that. So,
Doctor, based on your background, training, experience, and all the years that you've been treating pedestrians who were harmed and suffered injuries as a result of being hit by motor vehicles, for the injuries that you personally observed here that Jacob Iskander suffered, were they consistent with being struck and hit by a motor vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed?
absolutely.
You had indicated in your note, Doctor, on page 12 that at some point you had an opportunity to speak with the Iskander family. Do you recall that?
Can you zoom in on that? I'm sure I did.
So let me.
At some point we have to, the reason that I talked to them, I'm not sure how many times I did, but at some point you have to start, as you realize that the patient is not going to make it, you have to start communicating this to family. So let me take a look here. So the reason that the note there that they don't want for the epinephrine, that's epinephrine is kind of a medication that starts up the heart and artificially, but it wears off again after a few minutes. It is after we've given several rounds of epinephrine to somebody, when there are, in this kind of setting, it's not going to bring them back. And that became clear as we found out the other information.
And Doctor, based on all the medical advice and guidance provided by you and your colleagues, Dr. Wynn, Dr. Waldrop, Dr. Drago, what did the Iskanders decide to do with respect to Jacob's care?
They decided to stop resuscitative efforts on him. And this was because and the discussion with him basically was the futility of the situation. In other words, that he had. The technical term is injury is not compatible with life. In other words, this is not something that he is going to be able to survive.
What do you remember about how the Iskander family, how they were reacting to everything that was going on?
They were stunned. I mean, obviously they had, I was aware that there was another child involved in this accident as well. And I have no idea how they were standing, but they were just in shell shock. It was, a mix of occasional strong emotions and then just this kind of shell shocked state. Typically when I'm dealing with people, unfortunately, the shell shock part is there initially as I have to tell them what's going on.
Doctor, with respect to the two treatment notes that we looked at, so we looked at Exhibit 1 with, as it relates to Rebecca, and then Exhibit 2 was the treatment note for Jacob Iskander. Is creating treatment notes like those two part of your regular job duties and responsibilities as an emergency physician?
Yes, it's a very big part of it.
And did you create both notes? Actually, let me pull up Exhibit 2 to see when you completed that. Let me pull that back up. So it looks like your electronic signature for, your electronic signature for Jacob Iskander's treatment note that was signed on September 30th, 2020 at about 1:58 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes, it's a pretty fail-safe system. When you sign it, you're out and you're done, and it puts the time.
Is there a special, software program or Word program that you were using at this time to create these treatment notes that we've looked at?
Yes, it's a program called Meditech that Los Robles uses.
And that was a program that you were trained and well familiar with on the date and times that you treated both Rebecca Grossman and Jacob Iskander?
Yes, I've been using that system for several years by then.
And in looking at, your electronic signatures for both of those treatment notes, is it a fair statement that you completed those treatment notes close in time to when you completed your treatment of both of those individuals?
Yeah, yes, relatively close in time, yeah.
And do those treatment notes fairly and accurately reflect your care of both Rebecca Grossman and Jacob Iskander?
In the case of Rebecca Grossman, absolutely. I will say that in the case of Jacob, it was such a complicated case and course that there are, details of the injury and what we have done in the resuscitation process that cannot, I don't have enough time to document every single detail, and that's usual for resuscitation effort. And so those are the highlights of it. But that's such a complicated course that there are some standard of care issues that we would do in trauma evaluation and stuff like that. And we also rely on the record with regard to CT imaging. In other words, we're getting a lot of imaging, so I'm not going to necessarily document that we discovered a liver laceration and we're concerned for low blood pressure due to bleeding, and so we started blood transfusions and all that. So not every detail is written out in sentences. We see it in imaging and we see it with the medicine we give to people.
Do you remember any yelling and screaming by Ms. Grossman when you were around her?
When I was around her, no. But at the time when I was around her, no. She was actually, my biggest surprise was how stoic she was, and as I mentioned, kind of a dismissive demeanor with me. And so there was very, stoic demeanor would be what I would say during my interaction with her.
All right. Take our break for lunch. To not talk about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. We'll see you back here at 1:50.
Doing that.